Resource and Development Committee. This is roll call for Resource Development Committee, the 24th Navajo Nation Council Oversight Budget Hearing for Thursday, July 28th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Rick Inez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Morning, I'm on the line.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels present. Honorable Mark A. Freeland. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Mark A. Freeland. Chairman, you have 3 members available, but you don't need a quorum for this budget hearing. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Tahi, we're doing the roll call. We're on invocation. Roshi, Barsitsila. Honorable Stewart, if you would, provide the prayer for us this morning.
Well, I'll go ahead and get started. This is how there's a corner angel in how the house
Good morning, Delegate Freeland's on the call.
the corner, so programs on his divisions and leaning corner oversight and the clinic corner. So Hashem so able to need budget that after corner should all include but not give ways and the Niki corner. So yeah, programs and the Niki divisions and the Niki departments and the Niki yacht the J for the staff and leaning so and have the signs out of that corner so help them with their needs and their wants corner could out time corner I want to see high corner. As these budgets progress corner through the different committees corner budget finance out of Hanan Adole out of Banan Adole not Dole even not you could out a pound to the kids. And that's all honest for corner. I'm corner out a just another thing nice. One has another corner and his Josh and Laney corner for also for bed all town corner. And they can get him up and Lenny that one. And he changed him as another Lenny he never done the meeting yet. Another with either that corner so even Yanges has the same the corner from the annual kingdom authority and you in larger corner for also the national time corner to the corner so must is cotton corner cotton on the Catholic corner okay not dance it the height ego the and the still the so look at our height that the corner to forgive us at the time corner the corner so in his twin his eye that would have it from normally have it so in like the lane the corner so yeah the corner the and then give a kid not the Catholic corner so but the old card and lady the corner the counselors they'll end that and the she the corner he doctors he nurses and the corner this time corner those in the hospital's corner so illness corner those are in there for whatever reason they're in there for Heavenly Father God you time on helping to recover field for a in the engine nice morning corner and he has had on lane corner he has on lane pastors and he preachers and the negate for the yada hegi corner and the kangi kon. Yat e hokon beke hokon nani Catholic and nani. Yat e hokon has another dozen dollar kon. Outside and lean kon he veteran, he military personnel and lean that kon. And have a non-law that kon. Morning kon. Even yenj to this in the yes to the nadi this morning kon. But ishin besan hagi ada basta this and the kon achil out to go kon. طبعا كل كيس على طويات هو كونه جنيه دوش تلذ لنجي أنا لنجي بنا أي بها سيد ولا كون جيبها عشان أنا قصني إثنية أثني أبصر خشن سكين
Amen. Thank you. Yeah, شتشلا كرو نخات شدن زندو كروشي بنشان سحني تلني دولتو يات إهوشي بنشان تي كيستو سحني تلون هشت نهنا نششت هشت ديل نيل. Yeah, شتشلا. Okay, كرو ناس نانا announcements, Mr. Tahi.
Chair, members of RDC, tomorrow for July 29th, 2022, Resource and Development Committee will have its final budget hearing, and it'll be the revisit on those departments and divisions that require unmet needs, condition of appropriation, and legislative concerns. In addition to that, it'll be the discussion on the exhibits that need to be exchanged out that are currently on the legislation on Navajo Nation Council's website regarding their legislation. And chair members of RDC, that is my announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any announcements?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Kodo the Shina, Kodo Chair, and the Kodo Vice Chair, honorable members of Resources and Development Committee. Yeah, Kodo, yes, staff, so Kodo, Mr. Tai, Mr. Chief, Kodo, yeah. I don't know Kodo Mr. Khan, so Kodo, yeah, that is I Kodo, I see, by Kay, Kodo, Shadon Kikosta, Shadon, Inoshwan, Kodo, or AIC by Kay, Kodo. I don't know Kodo, says Kahan, based on Inoshwan, so Kodo, yeah. I don't Kodo, Sulia, Kodo, so the Kodo, Nakabe Haines, we issuing Kodo, the needs and all that, Kodo, and Kodo, and any 8 or less, the Kodo. But I don't Kodo, today I was supposed to be in Salt Lake City for Utah Native American Summit, but with my 4 chapters, I'm having meetings here at Twin Arrows. $1.07 million ED so we got a piece of that the dollars either the 4 chapters carefully today I don't know actually vacation so I'll be on the line so I don't know Australia internationally at the whole Mexico funny at the quay that the economic Gesha have Argo acquire Spanish, the Donan his bad Lengi or yes, acquire that Dana Sabiban, Santi, on the great Marma Valley, the great have got Toho, yeah, as a cat, in I see could only run away, shudder and shudder the snake of the little snow, on these later. So I see in a way, fire in the yard or the change so I see them the hand that is being hot about shins of the handle the talk him not a kid, not two, not kid, not hard about the whole arco. A with the house in a quiet behind neck or good of funny. You get rather than by the cow. I see what I don't there. Not in 10. Don't know what those. Yeah, yes, yeah. You get one is by the cow. I see though behind neck. So it is you don't know. But this way, I don't sort of go better down need. Yeah, it was sort of a hospital. So I'm here at Twin Arrows. I'll be on the line without Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Kushila, Honorable Daniels for that announcement. Aro yego the neban on the larger, but not on in laid over can and lego. Aro Arnold question and yego that hot out and left time befiat ja ketans and God aro le bahst el ingo. So hot on hindan shigedel so thank you for your service, being a public servant to the great Navajo Nation. Any other announcements, honorable members of RDC?
Chairman, Delegate Freeland's on the call for the record.
We got your name, Honorable Freeland. Bennett, thank you for being on the call.
Good morning. Agushina, thank you. I do have an announcement, Shanta.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman, colleagues on Senegi. In regards to, of course, my younger brother providing the prayer, thank you very much. And Honorable Daniels as well. I have you covered, brother. I'm up here in Salt Lake City this morning and had some very good meetings already in relation to broadband, as well as your road to Navajo Mountain, Aljato. Had a meeting with the Lieutenant Governor already. And I think the important takeaway for the 25th Council is visibility, and the legislators want to see visibility on that. And working with Senator Hinkins, I think there's a lot of possibility to start planning of that road. And that was one of the big topics of discussion was Navajo Mountain to Aljato, along with the Westwater community. The Lieutenant Governor's office is very committed to getting water to Westwater and working with Honorable Charlene So on that situation as well. So, Chairman, I'll be on the line though. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Mr. Tahi?
The chairman, members of RDC, OMB does not have the final budget and performance summary report for Division of Natural Resources. They currently are working on it right now and making sure that the numbers are updated and correct. Once I do receive it, I will email it out to everybody. Chair, members of RDC, that's my announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for that. Any other announcements? Nanda? Atenya. Akoshila. We'll move down to number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. I would like to just say first for this recognizing guests, I'd like to recognize Department of Agriculture. Mr. Leo Watchman and Mr. Olin Begay and we recently had the 4th of July celebration here, and we had our colleague here, Honorable Stewart, that attended that, and hearing the report, everything went well. So it's good to hear that they're doing an excellent job over there at Department of Agriculture. Mr. Leo Watchman, so on staff but we'll have introductions for all. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, introduction.
Yes, Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good, thank you. Always got to make sure. At ECHO, those staff, the presenters for today, and the listening audience as well, and then all the offices, agencies, departments, programs that are in attendance of our budget meeting here today. So we need Thomas Walker, the Western Agency, Nebenand Ikliko or Nebenad Benad Ke Edanit. Koho Ado Egis Chibana Shaki E Sidi Tonehadley Chako San Ado To Ado Nana Sanado Ish Lago Tasin Pedabat Ocheko Ibkadawisto ta ipanasha ko ado to nanshini gi shin nisha ta to pin to ni to the ni ba shin to something the cheda na tsadishki ni national but ko nan ta do sa stress zani to the zero to I don't talk British Alkeko, the Hilchinko, nothing for your yard, your bay, Bahujo, your bay, Tayaho, Adosa, Team, Koda, Tonazi, Katas, Edoshinda, Bakunits, and the Kontrat and the Kagoda. But Echo, I how dash, Stow, the day, Elo, Aba Kunitz, Canada, but Elashland, yeah, thank you, Chairman. Back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. We certainly appreciate the work that you do for your communities, your chapters, as well as the great Navajo Nation. There you go. And, Honorable Daniels.
Chair, Kodo Nana, Kodo Sinetsi, Kodo Herman Daniels Jr., Kodo Nance, Lindige Epit, Annie. If it's Sini, that's there, who get Blaney, down Kadanai, that's a say. I don't know, that's got low 8, that's another. What I can't get in me, though, the deep enemy Kodo. I don't know, Kodo, the raid, not of on or jet, horse, but we can Ebanas. What the Kodo, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, good morning. RDC members, colleagues, staff, everyone on this call. Shay Mark Freeland is here. Doslingi Tutsoni, Sorok Kia Ani Ishije, Sanji Canada Shiche, Tanam Destination. I represent 8 communities out of Eastern Agency, Crown Point, Nahajishki, Tehei, the Senti, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herpano, and Nayeze, as well as the Eastern Agency representative with RDC. Good morning to one and all. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for representing the Navajo Nation and RDC up in Salt Lake City, Utah. So, Lecha so the non-nations, Enigi by Kehuinson. Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart. Walked out. Honorable Begay. Shay, you have Rick Nazin, Shia, I want Sananshla, or Zay Kachin, Bashish Chin, Sanabit, the Shichedo, Kia, Ani Ada Shanala, Untitled Chapter, Manash, Nishigay, Sedak, on San Juan, in Nazad, Do Al East Tosaka, Dot East Deshkis, Yat Benado, Kia, Arnold, Hoki, Kojenda, So Gizigi. Chinos Nanadol, Kodor staff Bahadol Jish. Mr. Tahi.
Chair, members of RDC and those that's online, my name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani and Senja Kine, and I'm originally from Simba, Arizona. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Ms. Chi.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Karen Chi. My clans are Tachin Islam, Maidishkishin Bashishin, Kambaidashe, Twitch Nationala. I am the RDC reporter for RDC Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Chi. Ms. Khan.
Oh, Yat Donaldson, Neshik J. Mariana Khan, the Shijane. Dona and the Slingi 8 here, leaning the Shle, but Ahibashish Chin. Ashche dashe che tsanji kene dashe nala. Bahehe shiyaj for that beautiful prayer. Njona gosa de zimbe heinsi e ba ahe ille ado ahe nana. So I'll be listening to the meeting. I'll go on mute now, Mr. Chair.
Kushila, Ms. Khan. We also have from Speaker's Office, Ms. Nikita Kirk.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Resources Development Committee, staff, guests. This is Nikita Kurt, Legislative Staff Assistant with also the Speaker. She'eya kia ani na shlon tratni sani bashish chin, when halani dashan nalado, ma'ideshki dasha che. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirk. From the President's Office, Ms. Clashen. Rdc Clashen. Mr. Davis Filford, are you on the call? Dr. Yellowman from DCD.
Good morning, Chair.
Oh.
Good morning, Ayate. Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, Delegate Wilson Stewart, thank you for the prayer. Chair, I'm joined here this morning with all of our department managers, our accounting team, and our staff from the Division of Community Development. Shay, Pearl, Yelaman, and Shia, and Shlinigi, Shay, Tsanapith, and Shlendo, Klizatlanda Bushes Chain, Koba, Handashiche, Ado Hanagane, Dashanella. And we look forward to a good and successful budget hearing session this morning, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. James Atakai.
This is James Atakai, the Honorable Chair Ricky Nance, all honorable members of the RDC Committee, auto staff, Abendo les Shea not otnet Kachini, but Ahni Dashijet, what it's in Dashit, Kopa Ea Dashanal, do Yat Enandol. Good morning. Yeah.
Morning, thank you. Ms. Sunlotsa Jim Martin.
This is Sunlotsa Jim Martin. In Schlinigi Ayatsana Bethni Shle, at Andine Abashish Chin, at Andine Dashinale do Ashin Dashache. I see total guide at Nasha. Ado DCD Ebanashnish. I am the ASC Department Manager. Thank you for the beautiful prayer, Delegate Stewart and Honorable RDC members.
Thank you. We have Ms. Rowena Jeremiah. Ms. Jeremiah.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Chairman Ez. This is Rowena Jeremiah. I'm the Minerals Department Director. I'm from Ganado, Arizona. Senji Kinnett, born for Laguna in Spanish. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gloria Tom, Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the RDC Committee. I'm Gloria Tom. I'm the Department Director for Fish and Wildlife. And I have also a staff member here with me. I'll have her introduce herself to you.
Good morning, members of RDC and everyone on the phone call. Good morning again. My name is Leanna Begay. I'm the Natural Heritage Wildlife Program Manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Etty Anderson Abasta.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of RDC Committee. My name is Etty Anderson Abasta. I'm the Department Manager for the General Land Development Department, and I'm happy to be here, and I look forward to these proceedings. This is my first time, so thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Manny Wheeler.
Oh, Yate Bene. This is Manuelito Wheeler. Most of you know me as Manny. I'm the director of the Navajo Nation Museum, and we're ready to present our budget. So we're ready for questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Clarinda Begay. Okay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Begay. Press *6 to unmute. Ms. Karen Bedoni.
Bene, good morning. My name is Karen Bedoni. I'm the department manager with Navajo AML UMTRA department. The Nenshanigi A Tatnisa Nensha Twahe Lini Bashichin Sadeshkijni Deshache Ara Tatnisa Ena Dashanella. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable committee members for allowing us to present before you today. Yeah.
Thank you. Marietta Jensen.
Good morning, Marietta Jensen with Navajo Abandoned Mine Lands here in the Window Rock office. Nash Ejitine Anashlin. Nakarine Ebashichin, I don't 1200 Dashachado, Kiani Dashanella, I don't Nalay Bay, Red Lake, and Navajo, New Mexico, Ada Onasha. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on the call that wishes to introduce themselves? I hear none. Let me go back to Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Press *6 to unmute. Then Akushina will go down to number 3, reading of the hearing rules. Mr. Tahi.
Chair, members of RDC, these are the rules of order for conducting budget hearings. 1, the chairperson of Resources Committee shall preside over the hearings and maintain decorum and order. The vice chairperson of Resource Committee shall preside in the absence of the chairperson. The committee may select a pro tempore chairperson in the absence of both the committee chairperson and vice chairperson. 2, all members of the committee shall be allowed to ask questions of the presenters. 3, formal rules of evidence and procedures shall not apply to the budget hearings. The chairperson may exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, and unduly repetitious. 4, the Office of Management and Budget Personnel shall read into the record the funding summaries for the divisions, departments, and programs prior to commencement presentation by the presenters. 5, all presenters shall be sworn and present testimony under oath. 6, presenters shall be given a maximum of 20 minutes or less for oral testimony or may be extended by any committee member. 7, in addition to oral testimonies, presenters shall be allowed to submit written testimony, including any other documents and materials in support of their testimony. The presenters shall identify such materials and documents for the record. 8, testimony shall be pertinent to the issues identified by the committee. Testimony shall not include materials that are currently in litigation or in grievance process, except as they relate to the financial impact for the budget hearing. 9, recommendations shall be rendered by the committee in accordance with the fiscal year budget manual for the budget hearings and within no more than 30 calendar days after the conclusion of the budget hearing. All hearings shall be open to the public except when the committee determines that issues and subjects presented to the committee are sensitive and confidential in nature, at which time the committee may convene into executive session. Chair, members of RDC, those are the rules of order for conducting budget hearings. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Kuro Nihjin, Tagi, Big Echo, Kuro. Rules of order bidin, Di Kuro, Peso, Pata, Ndajoki, Big Echo, all Intigishit. So, yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Number 4, budget hearings. The first on the list will be F, Navajo Division of Community Development. Dr. Pearl Yellowman, which staffs are going to help you with the presentations?
Good morning, Chair. I will be co-presenting with Mr. Lydell Davis, our senior accountant. But if questions arise and and we follow up with any responses. I'm also joined with our Deputy Division Director, Mr. James Atakai, our CHID Department Manager, Mr. Pat Delguy, our ASE Department Manager, Ms. Sanlatsa Jim Martin, along with our IT team as well, Mr. Norbert Nez. So Chair, those will be the members joining me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. At this time, we will take the oath of office. We will start with you, Dr. Yellowman. Is all your staff online with us? Mr. Lydell Davis, Mr. Atakai, Mr. Patrick Delguy, Ms. Sanlatsa Jim Martin, and Mr. Norbert Nez. Dr. Yellowman, are they all on the call with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You will go first, Dr. Yellowman. To take the oath, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Pearl Yellowman.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. James Atakai, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
James Atakai.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Lydell Davis, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Lydell Davis.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Patrick Delguy, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Patrick Delguy.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Sanlatsa Jim Martin, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Sanlatsa Jim Martin.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Norbert Nez, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record. Norbert Nez. Norbert Nez. Going twice. Going 3 times. At this time, do we have somebody from OMB?
Good morning. This is Selena with OMB, Senior Budget Analyst, and then also we have Ancita Largo on the line too.
Okay. Selena, your last name's Begay, right?
Yes.
Okay. You have 20 minutes to present the budget and performance summary reports.
Mr. Chair, this is Rachel Arvizo with OMB. Also, I'm the Principal Budget Analyst with Contracts and Grants. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Begay, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you. And good morning, RDC committees. My name is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the Navajo Nation OMB report for Division of Community Development. If you go to the second page of the PowerPoint report, has a table of contents. A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. B, FY 2022 Third Quarter Budget Expenditure Report. C, FY 2022 Third Quarter Performance Assessment Report. D, FY 2022 Third Quarter Plan of Operations Status Report. E, FY 2022 Condition Appropriation Legislative Concern Report. F, FY 2022 External Fund Expenditure Report. G, FY 2022 Single Audit Report. Next page is A, FY 2023 Fund Type Budget Summary. The next page has a worksheet. It's a Navajo Nation Fund Type Summary for Division of Community Development. And on this worksheet, it's listed by the business unit. There's 4 business units, and then it lists the 5 agencies. And then I will be reading the bottom total. So if you go to the FY22 General Fund Budget, the total amount $19,928,966. Proposed General Fund Budget, it's $18,540,193. Indirect Cost Fund, $807,268. Chapter Non-Administrative, $13,975,225. Personal Labs, $304,846. Chapter Official Stipend, Fixed Cost, $4,158,000. Special Revenue Internal, $1,938,882. Special Revenue Funds External, $22,194,240. Total, $61,818,184. Then the next page, B,
Ms.
FY20.
Ms. Begay, I hate to interrupt you, but could you go back to where you said FY 2022 budget fund budget, the bottom, the 19 million? Could you read that number again?
Sure. FY 2022 general fund budget amount was $19,928,766.
And the chapter non-admin?
Chapter non-admin administration is $13,975,225.
Okay, ours says 875. That's why I'm asking. And also with special revenue?
Okay, the special revenue is administrated by, it's taken care of by CGS, and I believe they made the last minute changes. So my report was already completed last week. So they can speak to that on CGS site.
Okay, so the special revenue is at what now?
The special revenue fund internal and external is taken care of by CGS, owned by CGS.
Okay.
I believe there was a last minute changes that was done late yesterday, and my report already went out last week.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, B, FY 2022 third quarter budget status report. And the next page, it has budget status report as of June 30, 2022 for Division of Community Development. And this is listed by the business unit and their program. And then I will be reading the bottom. General fund grand total, original budget is $5,875,803. Revised budget, $7,751,390.47. Actual, $7,771,145.65. Encumbrance, $341,741.88. Budget available, $3,638,502.94. Percent expended of total, 53.6. The next page, Miss Ancita Largo will be reading that.
Go ahead, Ms. Largo.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. We'll be doing the tab C, the third quarter performance assessment report for the Division of Community Development. You go to the next page, is the program performance assessment scores. They have 4 business units. For that 4, they're all passing above 2.0 for third quarter, and their average as a division is 2.60. These reports are updated and disseminated each quarter. Going on to D is the third quarter plans of operation status report. Development and plans of operations are all updated. These reports are also updated every quarter and disseminated. And on to the condition of appropriation legislative concern report for third quarter. They have 3 legislative concerns. Legislative concern number 1, they didn't respond. 2, no response. Compliant. Number 3, no response, non-compliant. That completes NPS's.
This is Rachel Arvizo. I will be reading the next tab, F, Fiscal Year 2022 External Funds Expenditure Report. The next page is the first page of the report. This report does not include May 2022 closing entries as indicated on the top left-hand corner. It also does not include IDC in excess. This report is from inception of all of the contracts to June 15th, 2022, and consists of active external restricted contracts only. The legend is provided at the top. Column A is your index number for identification purposes. Column B is your company number. Column C is the contract identification number assigned by the funding agency. Column D is your start date. Column E is your end date. Column F is the number of business units active for community development. Column G is the number of companies assigned to the division. Column H is your business unit number. Column I is your description of the contract. Column J is the revised budget amount that was awarded. Column K is your expenditure as of the report date. Column L is your open commitments. Column M is your available balance. Column N is the percentage spent. And column O is the balance available. Going on to row 170 on the last page of the report. There are 165 business units in column F. Column G, the total of 158 contracts for Division of Community Development. The revised budget, which includes the original award and all modifications to the contract. The amount is $98,976,458.54. The expenditure total is $11,316,139.05. Open commitment amount is $4,669,049.05. The available balance is $82,991,270.44. The amount percentage spent is 16%, and the percent available is 84%. I'd like to also inform you that the majority of the contracts are one-time funding from mostly from the state of New Mexico Indian Affairs Department, and there are a couple federal funds included this as well. Going on to the next tab, G, Fiscal Year 2020 Single Audit Report. There are none. This completes OMB's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay, Ms. Arvizo, and Ms. Largo. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions for OMB? Then we'll go to
Mr. Chair, this is Mariana Khan.
Khan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I suggest that the presentation that we viewed online be provided to Mr. Tahi, and Mr. Tahi could send that out to the members of the committee, given that the information that was given previously, that was distributed previously, differs in some aspects from what we saw on the screen, such that the it is a need to have in our records for RDC what was actually presented and heard at this meeting today. That is my suggestion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan. Mr. Tahi?
Chair, members of RDC, I'm reaching out to OMB to get the updated OMB budget report for community development, as I will email it out to the committee members, as well as to Office of Legislative Service and Office of Legislative Counsel as well. As Ms. Darlington did indicate, that there was changes last minute yesterday, and this report that was sent out was from last week. Chair, members of RDC.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions for OMB?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, who's this?
This is Rachel Arvizo. I would like to speak to the external funds reported on tab A.
Okay.
The last column.
Tab A, last column.
Special Revenue Fund external.
Go ahead, Ms. Arvizo.
There was edits provided by Community Housing and Infrastructure Department, so that total should read $24,943,199. There was a last. The total amount should be $24,943,199. There was a last report received from ICDBG ARPA funds, and that increased that amount.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Arvizo?
No, thank you, sir.
And this was sent to Rodney as well.
Chairness, this is
What about the internal, Ms. Arvizo?
That is provided by the General Fund Department. I only work with the external contracts and grants section.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Who's requesting to speak?
Chairness, this is Lydell Davis with DCD.
Mr. Davis, you have the floor.
I just want to make a quick clarification on tab A from OMB's report. The $22,194,270 remains the same from OMB's report. We did
Mr. Davis, Mr. Davis, hold on one moment. Could you identify which one you're talking about again?
Tab A, the report that Rachel Arvizo just spoke to.
Okay. The 24 million?
Yes, the change, we did submit amendments for that change since these documents had already gone through the legislative process. We weren't able to switch them out, so we do have the amendment sent to Mr. Rodney Tahi to show that.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Davis. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? I hear none. Dr. Yellowman, you and your staff, you have 20 minutes to provide the division director's budget overview and statement along with the budget presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And good morning, honorable members of RDC and colleagues and staff who are joining, and chapter officials and chapter staff who may be listening in Yate. On behalf of the Division of Community Development and the 110 chapters, honorable members, I would like to express my appreciation to OMB for helping us and working with Division of Community Development, and also from the President's Office. We've also received guidance from former Division Director, Mr. Arben Mitchell. So we appreciate their support and their assistance. Also like to thank our staff for working long hours and into the weekend, and to the chapters and chapter staff who've been working as well to help prepare and submit for this year's budget hearing. This year's fiscal year 2023 budget allocation planning, the Division of Community Development, we really do work hard to carry out the goals and objectives of our current plan of operation. Our divisions work hard to implement and bring to life the plan of operation. For example, our CHID department has been working very hard to come out of COVID and recover from COVID, and now attend to all of our projects and project management to many of our communities, and the CHID department as well. The whole division has not stood down from the COVID pandemic, and our CHID department currently still assists with community burials that are COVID related. Our department, ASC department, still works and manages many of the COVID related responses. And as a division, we also work closely with the 110 chapters, mitigating both COVID and monsoon related emergencies. And we've taken on internally elements of emergency management. Most recently, we've been focused on community land use orientations, where we have a senior planner dedicated to working with all 110 chapters and revitalizing the land use planning and helping chapters mobilize for what is now CJN 29-22. We've also received funds through ARPA to help enhance project management dedicated to the chapters, and then also to assist the division internally on backlog and prior projects that have been impacted by COVID. We still tend to, we're still committed to finalizing and completing rural addressing throughout the Navajo Nation. And we're dedicated to completing and addressing and upgrading our IT and technology use throughout the Navajo Nation. And of course, we advocate here today on behalf of the 110 chapters and are sincerely aware of the chapter's needs and the requests to increase salaries that are outdated, and to actually provide to our chapter staff and to match what they have done, not only during the pandemic, but now coming out. A lot of our chapter staff and chapter leadership tend to their community needs, tend to their community members, and we acknowledge that and we witness that as well. So we advocate on behalf of the 110 chapters. We also work with the DPM closely to address assessments and to address our vacancies. This division and the chapters have been impacted by vacancies. We're fully aware of that and work closely with DPM and DOJ to assist and to address those areas. We also work closely with our chapter unit. Our chapter unit is one of the smallest attorney DOJ units, but have one of the highest requests and service requests from the 110 chapters. So as a result, we hope to build our DOJ chapter unit. So with that, honorable members of RDC and Chair Nez, I'd like to turn the time over to Mr. Lydell Davis, who will read into the record our current budget and for the chapters too by agencies. So Chair, if I could turn the remaining time over to Mr. Lydell Davis.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Mr. Davis, you have the floor.
Good morning. I will be presenting Exhibit A. If you're viewing the electronic copy, that is page 3. If you have the budget binder, that is the first page behind the summaries tab. So I'm going to read from left to right, starting with business unit number 108001. That is the Division of Community Development Admin budget. For FY23, the proposed general fund budget is $1,166,700. Indirect cost fund is $313,443. General wage adjustment is $23,321 for a total of $1,503,464. Moving on to business unit 108004, Community Housing Infrastructure and Infrastructure Department. The FY23 proposed general fund budget is $2,332,132. Indirect costs in the amount of $101,350. General wage adjustment in the amount of $7,574. Special revenue fund external in the amount of $22,194,270 for a total of $24,635,326. Moving on to business unit number 108-125. This is for the Administrative Services Centers. The FY23 proposed general fund budget is $2,127,198. The general wage adjustment is $51,778 for a total of $2,178,976. The fourth business unit is 108127, and that is for the Capital Projects Management Department. The FY23 proposed general fund budget is $1,599,677. Indirect cost fund of $392,475. General wage adjustment is in the amount of $41,665 for a total of $2,033,817. Moving on to the chapters, with the business units ranging from 108028 to 108058 are the Eastern Navajo chapters. The FY general fund budget is in the amount of $3,307,094. Chapter official stipends is in the amount of $1,171,800. Chapter non-admin is in the amount of $3,632,629. General wage adjustment is in the amount of $69,628. Special Revenue Fund Internal is in the amount of $507,375 for a total of $8,688,526. The next agency business units range from 108,059 to 108,084 for the 27 Fort Defiance chapters. The FY23 general fund budget is in the amount of $3,050,014. For chapter official stipends, it is $1,020,600. Chapter non-admin, it is $3,402,975. General wage adjustment is in the amount of $41,400. Special Revenue Fund Internal is in the amount of $475,395 for a total of $7,990,384. The next agency business units range from 108,086 to 108,091 for the 20 Northern Navajo agency chapters. The FY23 proposed general fund budget is in the amount of $2,355,764. Chapter official stipends is in the amount of $756,000. Chapter non-admin is in the amount of $2,644,228. General wage adjustment is in the amount of $22,513. Special Revenue Fund Internal is in the amount of $369,438 for a total of $6,147,943. The next agency business units range from 108,106 to 108,123. And this is for the 18 Western Navajo agency chapters. The FY23 proposed general fund budget is in the amount of $1,601,417. Chapter official stipend is in the amount of $680,400. Chapter non-admin is in the amount of $2,368,521. General wage adjustment is in the amount of $19,398. Special Revenue Fund Internal is in the amount of $330,910 for a total of $5,646. The next agency business units range from 108,014 to 108,027 for the 14 Chinle Navajo agency chapters. The FY23 proposed general fund budget is in the amount of $1,197. Chapter official stipends is in the amount of $529,200. Chapter non-admin is in the amount of $1,826,872. General wage adjustment is in the amount of $27,569. Special Revenue Fund Internal is in the amount of $255,264 for a total of $3,639,102. And then for the total for the proposed general fund budget for the 4 DCD business units and the 5 agencies is $18,540,193. Indirect cost fund total is $807,268. Chapter official stipends is $4,158,000. Chapter non-admin is at $13,875,225. General wage adjustment is at $304,846. Special Revenue Fund Internal is at $1,938,382. And Special Revenue Fund External is at $22,194,270 for a grand total of $61,818,184. Again, we did make we did make some changes to this sheet to include the changes in the CHID budget. And then we did not include the ARPA allocations that DCD had received. So those changes were emailed over. And moving on to Exhibit B. So again, Exhibit B is the General Fund Comparative Summary. Here we will notate the Oversight Committee's recommended FY23 General Fund Budget. Exhibit C is the recommended changes to the General Fund Budget. Exhibit D is the recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. And then that will conclude our report for the exhibits that were submitted.
Dr. Yellowman, are you all done?
Thank you, Chair. That will conclude our report and reading into the record. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman, as well as Mr. Davis. Honorable members of the Resources and Development Committee, the floor is now open for discussion and recommendations for unmet needs, conditions of appropriations, and legislative concerns. And do you have any comments or questions?
Chairman, can you hear me, Kealan?
Yes, Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
I'm still looking through the budget, Chairman. Ado kudo President Osagi, Shanale, Ms. Yellowman and staff Aja. I believe it will be a tough fight to make some changes in the budget, but of course we just need to get the consensus by the administration or the administrator. But I see a lot of vacants in these positions. I don't know if the vacant positions could be extracted and see how much vacant of the funding is included in this the overall budget. The very first one, let me put it this way. I got 3-4 sets or 5 sets of question. First, Chairman, fringe benefit shortage for Kagi in the amount of 1-point-something million. What's the reason Western and Chile agency having a shortfall? I mean, why couldn't? I mean, how is it to determine that those agencies are getting a shortfall? I mean, if there's a shortfall, would it be across the board? Unless that whatever funding is available was tugged into the other agency, then these smaller agencies are left out to seek more funding. I'm trying to get the picture of why other agency has a full fringe benefit while 2 agencies are not getting the full benefit, fringe benefit. So I guess I need an answer on that one. Ado transfer station unmet need bakagi kisotnana dana dashin to the Division of Economic Development, which I believe that's part of the solid waste situation is part of economic development because packaged items are shipped onto the Navajo Nation, and the nation is left with discarding all the containers content. The containers, other wrappers, the wraps, and it just goes into waste. We really don't have nowhere to take them. Some communities are fortunate enough to utilize the solid waste transfer if they're nearby a community such as probably Farmington and Gallup. But those in the rural part of the Navajo Nation, the Navajo Nation has adopted a solid waste management plan. And again, the General Service, the EPA, and Division of Community Development has not even stepped up to say that we'll take in establishing what the plan is outlined. But yet we're asking funding for solid waste transfer station. If one part of the nation is being accommodated to take out trash, why not the whole Navajo Nation? What's the status on that particular situation, the solid waste management? The other one I saw is the shortfall of 3 positions for Department of Justice. Chairman, maybe we coordinate a meeting with the Law and Order Committee to see what the overall Navajo Nation Department of Justice budget the other day cost share with the Department of Justice to cost share with these units. Within the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, we cost share these personnel fees of these attorneys that are in these different units. No. And I always say that, if there's a cost share, what's the how do we know that whoever the attorney within Department of Justice had sufficiently utilized the percentage of work for the money that they receive? For this instant is the dealing with the local chapter. But yet there's 110 chapters go. Through Department of Justice to peso yanayo kitala. I think we need to see how their budget is, Department of Justice, and then maybe get a response from the Department of Justice administration of all these overall cost shares. The initiative is appropriated the timing for each of the program. For Shanit Aslahajit, this is the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. No matter what, I don't think there really needs to be a time frame for each of the if they're working on behalf of the client in a way. Through the outside world, private, even 1 minute, but they were Navajo Nation. I believe that whatever time, if it's just one chapter or several agency or one agency, there should be more of a work for them. And I think that's the reason why ASC established as you know, the current administration really pushed this. For attorney at the agency level, other attorneys in litigation, the house handle this don't need that's over because that way we know that one attorney is dedicated for that agency. Or what I think we really need to look into into that area again, Chairman Aja, as far as Department of Justice. Although the CHIT program, Community House and CHID, I see there's some position being vacant as well on the budget. But other outside funding source where is, I believe it said about 99 million. Budget so a lot of these things. That's the other thing, Chairman. We need to look into. I know if there's always a federal funding, 638 funding, there's always set aside for indirect costs, overhead costs. No, that base of the net debt. Of course, there's a $9 million being allocated to the programs. I mean, how much of it is being set aside or for overhead or the minister bana al housing program. I mean, obviously, if there's funding being allocated for housing, obviously there'll be construction worker that needs to utilize this funding to complete a home. Unless it's just being disseminated to chapters, but yet they still have to utilize PEP. For each area. For this one, I believe all of it goes to housing. Administrative costs, O&M, just like opera funding. I mean, I thought a lot of these funding indirectly that we opera funding, 186 million or something in that amount based on funding. But yet could your budget shortfall no ban al day. And then the overall Chairman, before I forget, the other area that I really need to the nation needs to look at is that there's $40 million so could the next 5 years could permanent trust fund interest could based on being state how is that part of this particular fiscal year 23 budget? The shortfall based on so it did that allocated that and so on first case. And then the other one, the key is heavy equipment at each chapter. I mean, what this particular budget be yet? I mean, as of today, as this morning, I received numerous pictures of washout of a dirt road in the central part of the nation, especially in the Pinion, Sicilian region. Attend the has a do wash and the has a wash crossing and covered to the has a we're blessed with the rain, but the results and the aftermath is what we're dealing with right now, because a lot of these roads are being utilized by the community, the public, every day. Like next week, they're starting on that school. How are we helping to have equipment or personnel for the chapters to get CDL individuals at each agency? While we know that there's a need of improvement of a road, but yet some of our chapters has not even utilized a lot of these grader. Heavy equipment operator. I mean, yesterday, Department of Transportation, we're just busy with these completed projects and no issue that so photo up the giban but yet I appreciate some projects roads are being completed, but I don't think all resource should be over there. But those are the area that's needed, the coordination between the BIA, NDOT, and the counties. County, we're working on a lot of these things. It's just a matter of of scheduling also don't need. But again, I don't thought the forecast for another 3 days of rain. So how do we treat those, and how do we say that? I mean, we could fix something today, but if we get more rain, it'll be the same situation again. So that's the area I think that we really need to discuss this particular issue, Chairman. Operator, CDL certified, call A Khalid Allah, these equipment the key operators, though PEP that Hakikit Allah Aja, because at the end, I mean, these are the local employment that the Nido Ado Sato chapter, you know that a lot of our, I mean, majority of our chapters, all they have is 2 personnel. That's it, the CSC and AMS. We don't have an increase of a solid positions for a maintenance worker or a project manager. Then, even salary. The she does not, but what does for chapter stipend. That just the focus on the chapter. But yet we're asking for millions of dollars to some extent for only the agency and the central office. The chapter, the EEC, the direct service to our Navajo people, so I think that's the focus that we really need to talk about, Chairman. So those are the few questions that I have, and then allow other committee members to ask the question, and then I'll have follow-up afterward, after the committee had posed their question as well. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, for your questions. Dr. Yellowman and your staff. Mr. Davis, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Nez. Thank you, and Otto, Shanella, Delegate Keelan Begay. Thank you for your questions and your comments and your concern. I'll start with the solid waste, with the shortfall of the San Juan County Solid Waste Transfer Department. One is the solid waste transfer station was an agreement made prior to 2018, and the annual allocation or the annual invoice to the nation fluctuates and changes because we pay for a subsidy for the Navajo people who utilize that transfer station. So each year it is not determined until the people of the community use, and when the Navajo people use the transfer station, those costs that they pay to use the transfer station helps cover the operation cost of the transfer station. When the transfer station is not in full use, then there's a remaining amount to help cover the operation of the transfer station. That remaining amount is what we get billed at DCD. So I hope that makes sense. That's what subsidy is, and that's what we pay. So we do appreciate working with the San Juan transfer station, and we appreciate that the surrounding communities are able to utilize that transfer station. That being said, I do want to note that it has been one of our goals here at DCD to implement and re-establish a much needed solid waste department, and that is in our proposed new plan of operation, as we hope to go before RDC soon with their new plan of operation, and that is to bring back the much needed solid waste department. So I'll move on, and I am more than happy to share more information on the solid waste. And then for the shortfall of for DOJ, as I did state earlier, coming on board here in 2018, 2019, there was no chapter unit. We created the chapter unit with just one attorney, Mr. Roderick Begay. And at the time, Mr. Roderick Begay educated us on establishing a chapter unit. And in order to fully achieve and in order to fully service the 110 chapters, we would need to expand that particular chapter unit. So to date, in the last 3 years since the establishment of the chapter unit, we have Mr. Rod Begay, and then we've been able to recruit candidate attorneys who have been assisting Mr. Rod Begay. And prior to Mr. Rod Begay, there was Miss Naomi Gilmore, but that was part of the DOJ and not quite a chapter unit that was established. So I want to be careful on that. That was the start of the chapter unit, was with Miss Naomi Gilmore. But the increases of requests to the chapter unit are also tied back to our new proposed plan of operation. Some of the areas that are high in increase for requests for services are personnel issues, disciplinary issues, potential ethics issues, implementing Title 26, and reviewing the authorities and the autonomy of the local chapter for both certified and non-certified. Those are cumulative requests, and those are quite a few requests that tend to go to both ASC and to the chapter unit. Not to mention a tremendous amount of time-consuming requests to help resolve conflict at the local chapter. Although we have quite a few chapters that are operating well and have good organizational structure, we do have a small number of chapters that are in some form of dysfunction and have ongoing conflict, and that takes a tremendous amount of our time, ASC and the chapter unit, to help dissect and resolve. So that is the request for the DOJ to expand the services or expand the capacity at the DOJ unit. And then I'll move on, Chair, to the fringe benefits. In our original allocation, during the 3 branches, when the 3 branches meet, and then there's an allocation to OPVP or to the executive branch, the Division of Community Development, we did receive for the Navajo Nation chapters. We received $11,314,486. The GWA for that 11 million is $180,508. However, there's a shortfall because the cost or the amount to fully fund our chapter staff is $12,350,008. So when you subtract $12,350,008 from what we received from the 3 branch allocation, we received $11,314,486, which leaves us a balance of $1,035,522. That's the amount we are short on to fully fund the chapter staff at 12 months. The current amount will get them to about 11 months or the end of 10 and a half months to 11 months. So we respectfully request for support on our chapter staff. And then moving on to the 4th question here, I'm also here in person with Mr. Delguy, and along with our senior accountant and Ms. Sandoval, Leslie, our office manager. But the CHID department did receive the HIP ARPA funds. The HIP ARPA funds was directed to DCD, to CHID, and there was no indirect costs. Although those are federal dollars, there were no indirect costs for the HIP 9.9 million. And then just for clarification, we do have vacancies, but in order to hire construction companies, we will do that through contracts and not through vacancies. So in order to complete the scope of work for these funds, it will we will need to hire contractors. And then also, before I turn the time over, Chair, to Mr. Delguy to speak on that a little bit more, on the recently passed CJN 29-22, section 14, the executive branch, we did return back. We did receive, I believe it was about we received and requested about 10% of the total ARPA allocation to administer the ARPA dollars. But under CJN 29-22, the executive branch, we returned back $42,151,531 back to the nation to help complete the ARPA funds. And so we have been managing the ARPA dollars on less than 10% of the total allocation of ARPA to the Navajo Nation. And then lastly, number 6, the heavy equipment. The heavy equipment allocation that has been granted to DCD, the total amount was the $23 million under CJA. With heavy equipment, we've altogether of the 300 pieces of heavy equipment, there was just roughly 300 pieces of heavy equipment, trucks and trailers. There was 1 bulldozer, 65 backhoes, and 13 motor graders. And the heavy equipment team has been working diligently, if not day and night, to help secure full coverage for these heavy equipment pieces. They've been working closely with the chapters on heavy equipment training, both safety training and usage for these heavy equipment pieces, and then working closely in salvaging our procurement process and working closely with the vendors to help secure the purchases of these heavy equipment. So although it seems like there's been a massive amount of heavy equipment pieces out there, there's 65 backhoes and 13 motor graders, in which we encourage the chapters to work closely with both NDOT and BIA when any of these monsoon weather-related emergencies occur. We do have a good working relationship with BIA and NDOT to help assist. Occasionally, there are chapters that run across maintenance for these heavy equipment pieces, but we do rely on the local chapter leadership to address those and to fully express those needs, or to work with DCD on those needs. But at the request of the chapters, it is stated in the original heavy equipment legislation 01-21 that the maintenance cost is at the chapter expenditures. It's at the cost at the local level. So we do encourage the chapters to work with their local community to help cover the maintenance costs of that. So Chair, if I may, I'd like to turn the time over to Mr. Delguy to share a little bit more information on the HIP ARPA funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delguy. You have the floor.
Yate Shanta Chair Nez, also honorable members of the RDC. Adding to Ms. Yellowman's comments and answers regarding personnel vacant positions under the 9 million BIA ARPA funds. The budget was set up to include personnel, which we are currently working with DPM to get those classified. Believe there was some delay at that department to get classifications done. So once that classifications are complete, we'll advertise for those positions, 3 positions under that funding, and the rest will go into contractual services. Then also for the upcoming for this FY23 budget, we have some positions we will be creating to do some renovation repairs, emergency repairs, and we'd like to get that started right away as soon as the new fiscal year hits. So our department doesn't lose any time in getting some of these repairs and assistance out to the public as quickly as possible. So so that's what I wanted to add to the question or the answers, and then also the question by Delegate Kialan Begay. So I'll quit it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delgay. Dr. Yellowman, did you answer the question on the shortfall for chapter officials? Dr. Yellowman?
Thank you, Chair. I am joined here with Mr. Lydell Davis, who will share a little bit more details. So I apologize. If I can turn the time over to Mr. Davis for the chapter stipend.
Okay, Mr. Davis, you have the floor.
So basically, the way the worksheet for the chapters, it's a huge Excel worksheet. The way it's set up, it has the Eastern if you refer back to Exhibit A, where it lists the 5 agencies. It lists Eastern, Fort Defiance, Northern, Western, and Chinle. The worksheet is structured in that way. So when we first covered the personnel, the remaining funds were to go to fringe benefits, and with the increase in fringe benefits, of course, we weren't able to cover all the 110 chapters. So basically, the way the worksheet is structured, we covered all of Eastern Navajo. We still had a balance. We covered all of Fort Defiance. We still had a balance to distribute with that 11 million that the 3 branch chiefs allocated to the chapters. So then, so on, we covered Northern Agency, and then once we got to Western Agency, that's where we were only able to cover a few chapters. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chapters that we were able to fully cover within the Western Agency. We were able to allocate 9,320 to Copper Mine chapter, and then that is the remaining chapters. That's where our shortfall lies.
Are you done, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
And Chair, if I may, Shanella Anidia Hadzidigi, Delegate Kialamige, he asked how the other agencies throughout Navajo Nation are without transfer stations. But I just want to share again that in our new proposed plan of operation, currently there is no solid waste department there are sanitation services, but there's no solid waste department. So we do plan to propose a solid waste department, which will provide resources and technical assistance to the 110 chapters in establishing improved and upgraded solid waste transfer services at the local level. So currently that does not exist. And at one time there was a solid waste department section within DCD, and we hope to bring that back and improve on it. There's also a second side to that. There's also the need for a solid waste management plan in which the president and vice president's office has tasked myself along with EPA and general services to complete. So we have been working on that, and we do hope to have the plan completed soon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Honorable Key Allen Begay, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, let me allow the other committee members to ask questions, and then you can come back to me after, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions?
Chairman Thomas Walker.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, and his staff, the listening audience, other presenters, Dr. Yellowman, yourself, and your staff. During this budget hearing, oversight budget hearing, may have missed it earlier. Someone may have mentioned it, but the unspent funds, say like a scenario where a chapter does not hire their staff. There are such chapters in my area. Staffing niki bahadaten. So the funds that were obligated or dedicated towards salaries, wages, benefits. Yeah. So if a whole year or 2 years go by, that fund that's all. Yeah. What becomes of those funds? I know carryover is one way to address that. The other is just to let it continue to sit there until those positions are filled. So, Chairman, let me start with that question. Committee members, back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Dr. Yellowman?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Delegate Thomas Walker. I believe Delegate Thomas Walker is referring to the Personnel Lapse Fund and to the vacancies we may have encountered out at the chapters. So, Chair, if I may, I'd like to turn the time to Ms. Salasa Jim Martin, who can speak a little bit more about the vacancies and the Personnel Lapse Fund and the use of the Personnel Lapse Fund. So, Chair, if I can call on Ms. Jim Martin.
Thank you. Ms. Jim Martin, you have the floor.
Yeah, it's Anana this is Samatsuja Martin, ASC Department Manager. If I understand Honorable Delegate Walker's question regarding the carryover funds for positions that have not been filled, you are correct, Dr. Yellowman. The funds do go to the Personnel Lapse Fund. That's been the standard process for the Navajo Nation for the vacancies. Right now, we do have the option to use those vacant position funding towards temporary hires, and the temporary hires are limited up to 6 months to a year at max. Those are other options we have, but across the Navajo Nation, we are having difficulty finding individuals to qualify for positions with our chapter positions for CSC and AMS. So right now, the process is to the unspent funds go towards the Personnel Lapse Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jim Martin. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, thank you. Okay, I appreciate the response there. I appreciate the response. I have another question on the general wage adjustment. Hey, that's just so I'm clear on this. There's the line items with the amounts in that column, general wage adjustment per call. Can you expound on that somewhat, a little bit more? Thank you.
Dr. Yellowman?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, both the GWA and the fringe benefits are increasing, and we do have a big impact from the GWA and the fringe benefits. So if I may, Chair, I'd like to turn the time over to Mr. Lydell Davis, our senior accountant, who can just explain the percentage differences from last year and this year and how that impacts our current budget for personnel.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah, may I request a clarification from Delegate Walker on which document he's reading from?
Who?
Chairman, committee members, presenters. Yeah, I'm trying to retrieve that document here. I know it, but I did see it. I did make note of it. Caught my attention. Just more explanation or clarification, especially the effect. What's the effect of that increase? Sounds like something that's positive, you know, and I wanted to be clear on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Yellowman, anything else you would like to add to that?
So the general wage adjustment, it does come from the Personnel Lapse Fund. It goes towards Navajo Nation employees. That's my response, unless Dr. Yellowman wants to add anything.
Honorable Walker?
Okay, so Nana, Chairman, the committee members, the presenters, Dr. Yellowman and your staff, appreciate the response. Again, the general wage adjustment you give for chapter staff, just to be clear, what's the effect, what's the impact there? I wanted to be clear on that. The nebijat nas lahaki for wages ikishinka bah pikitana nilashi no on John Sawyer Jananta. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Davis?
This is the fringe benefit. So Chair, I'll start with this and then I'll turn the time over to Mr. Davis. The general wage adjustment, that right now currently for our chapters is at total for the division and for DCD is at 304,843 for general wage adjustment. But where we're impacted is the fringe benefit, and there was an increase over the last year, from last year to this year, and that increase for the fringe benefit is now over 50%. And that is what really impacts the cost of employment. So we are impacted by the general wage adjustment, but we're more impacted on the fringe benefit rates. That I hope I'm providing a better picture there. Mr. Davis can just share what we're looking at right now for the amount for the fringe benefit, and then any other amounts for the general wage adjustment. So for the fringe benefit rate at FY22 was 43.38%. This year for FY23, the fringe benefit rate is at 52.06%. And that has a significant amount of the allocations that are granted to DCD to help support our chapter staff. We're now paying 52% for the salaries to fringe benefits. That's where we're heavily impacted.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, do you have any other comments or questions?
Chairman, committee members and presenters, I appreciate the response. If I get back to that again a little later with other questions, I may get back to that. But for now, back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Dr. Yellowman, I do have a question, and my question is a concern throughout the 110 chapters on the Navajo Nation. As you have experienced almost the last 4 years, the issues that chapter officials, the staff, and constituents face, including perhaps delegates at the local level. Your request for $338,052 to fund 3 attorneys is probably a good request, but also I believe Title 26 Local Governance Act it is written in there that chapters may establish a peacemaking system at the local level. I don't know how much the chapter is aware of utilizing the Department of Justice or the judicial branch's peacemaking system, but I believe it may help to establish these peacemaking systems at the local level to create some harmony when problems arise. I know that chapter officials sometimes there's issues with the constituents, and sometimes it's the chapter officials and the staff, and sometimes the chapter officials and a delegate. I believe that there needs to be some type of training provided. As far as I know that the chapter president's duty in Title 26, there's 20 of them. The vice president has 7 and the secretary treasurer has 12. Under the president's duty, it says to mediate disputes within the community for community people. And sometimes when they cannot do that, they reach out to ASC office to try and resolve issues. And I know that personnel issues are sensitive, they're confidential, and they cannot be disclosed. And it would help to have extra attorneys, perhaps train, have workshops for elected officials to understand their duties and responsibilities that are delineated in Title 26 and how they should learn to work together as a team, and they are with the constituents, the legislative branch, that's their duty. And the executive branch at the local level is the staff. They execute whatever was legislated as a resolution and to follow these things. And I think there has to be an understanding of what checks and balances are, separation of powers, and I believe that some of these issues can be resolved just by helping the elected officials understand what these entail, rather than sometimes when new chapter officials take the oath, automatically they look upon their position as like I am the boss. Everything that I say is the law, rather than looking at the law in Title 26, the duties and responsibilities, and follow each and every one of them. Just to talk to them about it sometimes just does not work. And I believe when you really go over it with perhaps an attorney or a peacemaking official from the judicial branch, that may help. And another training that would be very beneficial to the local leadership is, what is a supervisor? I know LGA chapters supervise the managers, chapter managers, and then the chapter managers do supervise the staff at the local level. There has to be an understanding of who the oversight is and how they should take care of the local chapters, because they're not there just to exist. They're there to provide services to the people. And I believe chapter officials are in dire need of leadership training that would help them and guide them as to how to lead the local community to face some of these challenges, problems, issues, and come up with a solution. And I think at times they need to be reminded that they are a team at the local level as far as chapter officials and staff. And I believe that that's where we need to focus on, as well as providing training for supervisors. What does it mean to supervise? And I understand in the code, the fundamental laws, it does talk to so I just would like to encourage that, Dr. Yellowman, at some point, maybe after the New Year's, and hopefully COVID will have died down by then, and just have maybe each agency go to Twin Arrows and really go over a couple of days of what it means to lead at the local level, what it means to excel and flourish at the local level. And that's my recommendation, Dr. Yellowman. I would like to hear your response.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for that. This is one section of our division and section of the government that is often not really talked about, but it's really important, establishing local governance that's functional and operational. And I'll give a couple examples. On one hand, when a chapter receives capital outlay funds, they often can demonstrate to CPMD that they are functional and operational and can manage such funds. But however, through ASC, we see a different side of the chapter that shows some deficiencies, and there's a contradiction there. But DCD overall can see the multiple sides of the chapters, and we try to help align all of those sides so that the chapter is functional and operational. So I just want to share, Chair Nez, to your point, the conflict that we see at the local chapter or the local governance is we see chapter official on chapter official. That's one form of conflict. We see chapter official on staff. We see a delegate on chapter official, and we see delegate on staff, and vice versa. And then we see community members on chapter officials and vice versa. So there's a matrix of conflict, and there's a matrix of dysfunction, so to speak. And then there's both the certified and non-certified. But ultimately, community members have a big voice in this. If community members feel that their local elected officials are not performing, so to speak, then they voice that at the elections or during the election time. They also have access to petitions, etc. And that's where we lean on the elections office and the Navajo Government Development Office to help educate community members and chapter officials on those options or those avenues. Internally, the ASC department and DCD overall, we have reached out to the judicial branch. They do have a section for peacemaking, and the peacemaking is a beautiful concept. And it's a traditional embedded concept of Diné philosophy. But I do know that their department is understaffed, and when we were in communication, we were looking forward to addressing some of these concerns. But that being said, that peacemaking has to be fully adopted by the chapter officials or the chapter body. They have to be fully embedded or committed to achieving harmony. And that, sir, as you know, takes a tremendous amount of time. And right now we have several chapters where they're at a standstill because we have protection orders, or we have the law involved, and that causes a tremendous strain on the community members not just the chapter officials, but the community members. I often try to encourage our department managers and our division that we not only work with the chapter officials, 110 chapters, plus the AFOG, that's over 300 elected officials that we work with daily to have the services delivered to the chapters, but then further advance so that the Navajo people receive those services. And when we have conflict among chapter officials or conflict with delegates and the chapters or staff, etc., then those services don't reach the Navajo people. That's more troublesome. And so because of the nature of the chapters being identified as political subdivisions, we work closely with the ethics and rules in providing training. The ASC has done a wonderful job in establishing trainings for elected officials. Some of their trainings include the ethics and rules, Title 26. There's a training next week with Mr. Rod Begay at Twin Arrows that I'm inviting myself to for these types of trainings to local officials, and then addressing the separation of powers. Those positions that we have the AMS, we have the CSC, and then under Title 26, for example, it's the vice president that has, there's the president that has a number of duties and responsibilities, and then there's the vice president that has also X number of duties and responsibilities, and then there's the secretary treasurer that has X numbers of duties and responsibilities. And one of those duties, for example, is the vice president, who shall work with the CSC on project management. That's to ensure a boundary of separation and powers, or separation and duties, or separation of powers. That's how Title 26 is designed, and that's how DCD merges these powers with the chapters. And with all due respect, sir and honorable members of RDC, our Title 26 and these codes, they do need to be revisited, and they do in places need to be updated, but sometimes they do not withstand the behaviors that we encounter out at the chapter level. So we do have a government system, we do have titles and codes, but we also we also work closely with a tremendous amount of personalities and behaviors. And that's where we have to blend both what's in writing, such as these titles and codes, with the actual people that we work with. And that's very time consuming. But there are some chapters and there are some delegates that I see that work very close with their chapters. They communicate weekly. There's meetings. I am traveling today. I'm traveling today to meet with Delegate Paul Begay and his chapters. I meet with them ongoing, monthly. And then tomorrow I meet with Delegate Herman Daniels and his chapters. Next week I meet with Delegate Freeland and his 8 chapters. Next week I meet with Delegate Nate Brown and his chapters, and so on. And so we try to work closely with delegates and their chapters. And then, of course, there are some chapters that have, gone rogue, so to speak. We try to reel them back in, But I'll wrap up here, Chair. It's really important that the chapters master or have mastery over their internal controls and their accounting measures, and communicate where they're able to make decisions together. And sometimes, Chair, some chapters have challenges of coming together and making decisions. And then sometimes we have chapters that are resistant towards our ASC department. And when that occurs, and that is reality, we do have chapters that are in conflict with our staff, and we try to resolve that. But we also try to be transparent and honest about that, because we need to work together. And the chapter officials, those are our elected officials as well. So we rely on our local chapter officials to lead and to be responsive to community needs, and to be open to trainings, to be open and attend these trainings, and then to be committed to fully understanding harmony at the chapter level. When that does not occur, the community members feel the impact of that. And when there is harmony, the community members feel the impact of that as well. So I'll leave it there, Chair. I do have Mr. Rod Begay on the line and Ms. Salatza Jim Martin, Chair, if time permits and if they can add to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman. You had stated that your schedule to have meetings with chapters, the delegates and their chapters, is that related to ARPA funding?
Yes, sir. We are beginning the orientations and breakdowns of ARPA, and we are sending out, or we will be sending out an introductory guideline to all delegates. And we look forward to this historic legislation that was recently enacted by the 24th Navajo Nation Council and the President's Office. And we do have staff right now who are reaching out to delegates and providing calendar times and dates, guidelines, and expenditure plans for CJN 29-22 trainings on those expenditure plans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. So your office is creating a schedule. Are you doing it by agencies, or are you doing it by regions, or by a request from delegates?
We do find that it's more sufficient to do it by the 24 delegate region, because per CJN 29-22, it's the 24 delegate regions that will be submitting the proposed expenditure plans on behalf of their chapters. So DCD is related, or DCD is connected to the chapters under CJN 29-22 under Section 3, which is the chapter expenditure plan, under the home electric section, under the bathroom addition section, under the housing section. There's one portion where we're related to chapters. There's 4 sections under housing, which is CHID, veterans, manufacturing company, or development of the manufacturing plant, and then the former Bennett Freeze. So there's 4 sections there. The CHID department and DCD, we have created a presentation and training for the sections related to chapters under housing. We have a bathroom addition training and orientation. We're working with NTUA on the home electric section. And then we have the presentations for the chapter section 3, 211 million expenditure plan, in which the delegate shall be working with their chapters and selecting their projects. And our training concludes with the draft expenditure plan that our goal is to help the delegate complete. So Chair, that's just kind of a quick update, but I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? Honorable Stewart.
Yes, and I, Chairman. Aros was at Yoda Vice Chair, Aros and Ika, and Dr. Yellman. Yes, you are invited next week. you have my formal invite for next week. But that is exactly what you stated, what the chapters I represent, and I'm sure other chapters across Navajo Nation are experiencing as well. And I know several times we have had our discussions on the side, asking and trying to collaborate with what needs to be done, how things should move at a chapter level to improve the services. And in regards to that, and also going back to the question on the wage adjustments, I know that, we all know that there are the chapters that do not have a performance evaluation yet. Within this year's budget, is there a draft of that that's going to be submitted as well as an attachment for the chapter managers or chapter coordinators as well? I mean, just to start something so that we can get the chapters into compliance. And then also, I know that what happens within my chapter are the discussions on the resolution for supervisory responsibility. I know that you and I have talked, and it would be, my recommendation at the time was to just leave that with ASC rather than chapter officials, because of the different duties and also the knowledge that chapter officials may not have as far as supervisory capabilities, although that is a learning step as well. I still believe that it is better for the ASC to have the supervisory responsibilities back upon them from the 110 chapters. And my major push is to see what can we do to get that employee evaluation form submitted for all the 110 chapters, not only for the coordinators, managers, but also for the account maintenance specialists as well, and to move forward with that. The other area that I have that was brought to my attention, and I felt really bad, I didn't know how to address it, was with the youth this past week in one of the chapters who came up to me and was asking me what I do and how my job was and everything. And I was talking with this youth, and I asked the youth, well, what did you do? What was your employment? How long are you working? And the youth replied, I'm only working up until this week, my last week here. I said, well, what did you learn? And the youth replied, no, not much. I already learned all these things at home, as the youth replied. And I was like, okay. I said, do you mean you didn't work on anything with the community members, or you didn't assist very much? And they replied, no. And then I said, so in other words, you already got your PhD? I said, and then the youth looked at me, huh? They go, and I said, have you ever heard that? I said, I've heard it before. I said, yeah, the PhD is a post-hole digger. I said, and then they cracked up and they go, yeah. They go, I got that at home already. They go, that's what I was doing. And I felt really bad because in working with Office of Dene Youth, we used to hire youth employees, and we used to give them projects and activities to do to help us as permanent staff. And that way they learned what we were doing. And I felt really bad because that wasn't instilled. I want to express that to you, is that, how can we improve our youth employment at the chapters? we do to do that? And, you know, some chapters, you know, I'm very appreciative of those that, you know, that actually want to help these youth excel, especially in learning and being educated, continuing their education, also seeking different work types that they may be interested in to pursue their goals in. And that's what I thought our youth employment was going to be like at the chapters. I know it's been a struggle for some time, but, you know, we need to figure out how we can do that as far as Oversight, I believe, can maybe lend a hand, as well as the division and how can we improve. As one of our projects, case like others. But that's all, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yellman.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Dr. Yellama?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Delegate Stewart. I always appreciate Delegate Stewart's concern for the youth, and over the years has always brought to our attention both the importance of the performance evaluation and just really focusing on our staff needs, and then of course the youth. So over the last 4 years, the summer youth, 1 year we did not have summer youth, and this year there was some challenges. It just seems like we started late on summer youth, and next week is already August, so somehow our summer is over. And so the last 2 years of the last 4 years, the summer youth have felt the impacts of that. And perhaps maybe the summer youth employment training should really change to summer enrichment, because that's what we need for our youth, is the enrichment side of it, and to boost that enrichment portion. So I have been working closely with the Navajo Nation Youth Council, and now more recently the Office of the Miss Navajo, and probably need to reach more closely out to DODI for their ODY programs. But the stress comes back to the chapter officials and the CSC on hiring somebody who can just focus on preparing for summer youth enrichment. So I know ASC has brought that to my attention, and I know ASC has some recommendations to which we'll move forward on and try to better prepare for summer youth and summer enrichment. And I too always feel like last year I did see some youth and summer youth attend weekly trainings and attend weekly activities. And I do feel a bit disheartened when we have a youth saying, I don't know, or I didn't learn much, but hopefully they can look back and realize that there was some learning involved. I am a product of summer youth, and I actually got a degree in behavioral health, and that was what I went into my summer youth employment with, was the Western Navajo Behavioral Health Department. For evaluations and performances, Ms. Jamartin and the ASC, they have been working on improving the process for performance evaluation. And overall, those performance evaluations are key and critical to keeping good employees and enhancing their skills and knowledge, both at the chapter level and at DCD. The performance evaluations also indicate where key staff may need improvements or skill development. Our challenge is, it's been very challenging the last, almost going on now 3 years, the last 2.5 years, meeting and providing training for staff. In year 1, ASC was able to conduct nationwide training for CSCs and chapter staff. But that has been very limiting the last 2.5 years and challenging. We do rely on virtual methods, but that really is challenging in itself, to bring all of the CSCs and all of the chapter staff together. So we have to be a little bit more strategic moving forward in using technology and just trying to overcome COVID. So Delegate Stewart, I also want to share with you that in our new plan of operation that we've proposed to RDC or plan to propose to RDC, we will reinstill the supervisory training back at the ASC level. We encourage any potential supervisors who wish to take on the supervisory role at the local chapter level. We encourage that, but we will be conducting orientations and training prior to the officials or staff taking on that supervisory role. Our intent and purpose to doing so is to decrease any type of disciplinary actions that are not lawful, and to increase supervisory trainings to enhance local services at the chapters. So I hope that makes sense. And Chair, I do have Mr. Rod Begay, Ms. Samasa, Jim Martin to expand on that if necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yellowman, for your response. Honorable Stewart, do you have a follow-up question?
No, I don't, Chairman. We're good. Dr. Yellowman.
Hakushila. Honorable members of RDC, any comments or questions? Honorable Begay, did you want to do your follow-up now? Just in Shetland, but Honorable Key Allen Begay, it's a Navajo G's follow-up. Going twice. Going 3 times. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions on the budget hearings? Going twice. Going 3 times. Thank you, Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Davis, Mr. Delguy, Ms. Jim Martin.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Khan, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to just highlight that from what I've heard and seen from the exhibits that were provided, I do believe the request is to make an amendment to the legislation with regard to switching out Exhibit A. And it seems there's also an Exhibit C that needs to be switched out. I do believe those are the 2 that need to be done. I did receive an Exhibit A, but I have not received an Exhibit C. And the request was made through the Chief Legislative Council that exhibits be provided in hard copy. That was the request of the Chief Legislative Council. So if Ms. Yellowman, Dr. Yellowman and her staff would provide those to Mr. Tahi when the Resources and Development Committee convenes for its meeting to vote on the budgets, then I will have the amendment language ready for those 2 amendments. I just had a question for Ms. Yellowman with regard to an issue that she had brought up with regard to fringe benefits and the need for extra funds to cover fringe benefits. And if I may be allowed to ask this question of Ms. Yellerman, what does she see as a means of remedying that situation? Where would she see the funds coming? Is there something that she could suggest? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity to recap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan, for that. We appreciate your participation and your concerns. Dr. Yellowman, kuro data base okay to give budget hearing bondate on the exhibit A and C needs to be switched. Our attorney, Ms. Khan, will provide the amendment language. And also a question was raised to you about the fringe benefits. Dr. Yellowman, please respond.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Khan. Thank you for always working with us. We do have the hard copies for the proposed amendments. The proposed amendments are for the DCD administration and for the CHID department, making those final adjustments to reflect FY23. So we will submit those in hard copy. We did change the color of our copy to indicate that those would be the proposed amendments. So we'll get that to Mr. Tahi today and make sure that we're viewing the same documents. And then also, Chair, I believe in the current Exhibit E. The current Exhibit E reads as blank, but we do have a proposed Exhibit E that we want to make sure that we are also seeing together. And so we have a proposed Exhibit E. And I believe we received some guidance from the Office of Legislative Counsel on why those Exhibit Es were blank, and then our role as a division to submit a copy of the proposed Exhibit E. So we will be submitting the Exhibit E as an amendment as well. And then to Ms. Khan's question, I know we have the impacts of the fringe benefit, but the calculations may probably come best from OMB. We rely on OMB as to how those calculations are made for the fringe benefits. But nonetheless, we are impacted from that. I know overall, we work closely through the executive branch to address revenues and establish means for increasing the nation's revenues to help increase staffing. I always feel like it should be an honor to work for the Navajo Nation, and we should be attracting quality staff and comparable wages. And so someday soon that we want to make this a priority of bringing staff home. And as President often mentions, that it is our goal to bring home quality Navajo people who have been working off the reservation, but to come home to comparable wages and come home to wages that help support their families. So that is our goal. And Chair, if I could refer to or defer that question to OMB, how the calculations are made for the fringe benefits. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Khan, are you satisfied with the response?
I guess I needed to be clearer with my question to Dr. Yellowman, and it is from a drafting perspective, as you know, I assist with the drafting of the legislation. If there was a particular suggestion that Dr. Yellman could offer to the Resources and Development Committee as to how to remedy take care of the funds needed for the fringe benefit situation that was described earlier, then perhaps I could write that as a suggestion that the RDC could present to the Budget and Finance Committee. If it is going to be presented as an unmet need, that is one way to present this to the Resources and Development Committee. But if Dr. Yellman had a particular fund that the needed funds could come out of, or if she had a particular method of taking care of meeting them, I believe it was 1 million more that is needed, then I could fashion a language to put into the resolution to speak specifically to fringe benefits. But if Dr. Yellman is satisfied that it be put into unmet needs, then that will be the way it could be put into the legislation. But if there was a particular method that could be used to address the need to find the 1 million, then I could put that language into the body of the legislation. That was just my as a drafter of the legislation for the Resources and Development Committee, I could put it in the body of the legislation. However, if it's sufficient in the minds of the Resources and Development Committee to put this in as unmet needs, then it could go in the Exhibit E in that manner. That was my concern, and maybe this Dr. Yellman could, if she wants to address this at the RDC meeting in which the legislation is approved by RDC. Provide enough additional time for Dr. Yellman. That was my concern and the language I was looking for, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Okay, thank you. You really have some good concerns, Ms. Khan. Thank you for that. Dr. Yellman?
Okay, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Khan, for clarifying. So I apologize for being general earlier, but per our Appendix K, we do make a recommendation of inquiring on the use of the Personnel Lapse Fund to remedy that shortfall of 1 million. But that really is an excellent question, and I do want to do some homework on that. If the Personnel Lapse Fund cannot be used, then I will follow up in writing and work with our division to see what other options we can consider. But in Appendix K, we do recommend the Personnel Lapse Fund to be an option or to be explored for that shortfall. So I hope that helps, and I'll follow up, Chair, if I can, with Ms. Khan through email.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yellman. We, as Oversight, would like for all our programs to be prepared next Wednesday when we have the regular scheduled RDC meeting to make sure that all the corrections are made, as well as the amendments, the exhibits are in place before we move forward on those legislations. So just for your information, Dr. Yellman, thank you to you and your staff. Honorable Freeland, you have the floor.
Chairman, good morning. Just a generalized statement. And first of all, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. RDC staff and our colleagues and Dr. Yellman and Division Community Development Team. And I just wanted to mention some gratitude and appreciation to Division Community Development staff. And, you know, you all are very much appreciated by your oversight. And you all, you know, I think as we can all agree, DCD is probably the most important division that we have in the executive branch.
And I say that because you work cohesively and directly with our chapters, 110 chapters, and that's a huge responsibility. And to see this division grow within the last 4 years, it's been such a good thing to witness. And, you know, just want to say our appreciation to you and your staff, Dr. Yellowman, Ms. Jim Martin, all of the department directors, all the staff that have been a part of this. And I bring this up because of especially the pandemic. And, you know, I hope we never have to go through such a thing again. But DCD was on the front lines, and you all worked tirelessly during the pandemic, and you all were there. And we as Oversight do very much appreciate that. Providing relief, that was not written in, I'm sure it's not written in your plan of operation. Ms. Norris not written in your job descriptions. But we all came together as leadership and as staff and worked in unison and really try to bring relief to our people. And, you know, I hope, you know, things work out in relation to what was just discussed. And, you know, I hope that we can come to resolution and, you know, help provide the continuance of this division growing the way you all have set forth. Thinking about your plan of operation and what that's going to be like, and that's going to be such a huge accomplishment. And setting that and putting that into motion and putting that into place is going to be the premise. And you know, and you all are doing that work. And I just want to express that much, Chairman, and say thank you to this division, and you know, working with our chapters, especially them working during the pandemic and on the front lines, because you know, without them, there was not much that we could have done to help a lot of our people. And, you know, we're very thankful for that. Whether it's CPMD, CHID, rural addressing, ASC, executive, whomever, you all are very much appreciated. And we just want to say thank you to your presentation and to your continued work with our great Navajo Nation, of course, our Navajo people. Those are the beneficiaries of all the work that we do, are our Navajo people, beneficiaries. Yeah. So, Eddie, Chairman, just wanted to say that much and say thank you.
Okay, you said all that you said on behalf of RDC, so thank you for that. Dr. Yellowman?
Thank you, Chair and honorable members of RDC. And thank you, Delegate Freeland, for your comments. I just want to say that our staff are listening, and many chapter staff are listening, and chapter officials. And in a sea of criticism sometimes, a handful of comments can really take our staff far, and our staff appreciate and listen to those comments. And I appreciate working diplomatically with RDC, DCD, and a lot of the achievements are RDC's achievements as well, and vice versa. When we make achievements, or when you see a building going up in your community, or you see construction in your community, we do that together. And when you see chapters doing well in your community, we do that together, or responding. This week and the week before, we've been having monsoon related weather, and our goal is always to respond and respond in a timely manner. And I just want to share that during the pandemic, DCD, we did have to drop our daily operations and respond to the best of our ability to the Navajo people. And we were able to distribute over 10,000 semi-truckloads of PPEs And we had 2 warehouses temporarily constructed here in Window Rock. One warehouse was 120,000 square feet, and the second warehouse was 65,000 square feet. Both of those warehouses were full of PPEs, and daily, with the work of NECA and subcontractors, we had 13 semi-trucks rolling through those warehouses and distributing goods throughout the Navajo Nation. We just haven't stood down yet. And sadly, we have a department here, CHID, that has been working with community members on burials. And we have ASC that continues to work on FEMA and FEMA reimbursements on behalf of the Navajo Nation and the chapters on top of our regular duties. So we appreciate that. And again, I appreciate our staff and their family. It's their families that tend to see less of them when they're here at work. And like many other divisions, we too had to overcome COVID ourselves and the impacts of COVID on staff and family members, and still report to work the best that we could. So appreciate that. And our chapter officials work closely with us, email or text us as much as they can or as much as we can respond to. But I too appreciate what you said, Delegate Freeland, and I feel that we've come a long ways to DCD in the last 3.5 years, and we look forward to more years serving the Navajo people. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions or follow-ups? Going twice. Going 3 times. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Yellowman, Mr. Davis, Mr. Delagay, and Ms. Jim Martin. Okay. We'll complete that part of DCD's budget hearing. We're down to G, but I believe we're in need of a budget performance summary report by OMB for DNR. Mr. Tahi.
Chair, members of RDC, Acting Division Director Rowena Cheremiah emailed me yesterday indicating there was an error in the allocation to the DNR's departments, resulting in 2 programs not receiving a refund from last year. Because of the error in the budget, OMB is unable to finalize or provide a budget performance summary report on DNR. The email and the concern was shared with Office of the President and Speaker's Office. I ask if both Chief of Staff can be part of this discussion, as we will need direction on how to proceed. Ms. Khan is on the line, legal counsel from Office of Legislative Counsel, to help us, so I can ask her the question, how do we proceed with the budget without the budget and performance summary report by OMB, and if it's necessary that we have that here? Ms. Khan?
Ms. Khan?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee. As you know, the purpose of the budget hearing is to be presented with the requests for the upcoming fiscal year, a budget, and to discuss the budget. Now, in this instance, for reasons that I'm sure are very complicated, or we don't have a completed budget. We do, how much of is there just a particular division, a particular department's budget that is not ready, or is it the whole Division of Natural Resources budget, because if it's just a particular department, then perhaps that particular department's budget could be heard in the follow-up when RDC has the next session, the next hearing. But if it's the whole budget that is impacted, then that's a different issue. Could I get an explanation of which parts of the budget are not available for viewing at this moment, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Mr. Tahi, should we recess for an hour to 1 o'clock to give time to DNR as well as OMB to prepare these documents?
The chair members of RDC, I would recommend a recess, but first I would ask that we give the floor to Ms. Jeremiah answer Mrs. Khan's question, because that is a question that she, as a delegated division director, would best be able to answer that question regarding if it's affecting just 2 divisions or if it's affecting the overall DNR's budget. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Ms. Jeremiah?
Yes, Honorable Chairmaness. I am here. Yes, thank you, Honorable Chairmaness, Honorable Delegates, and Ms. Khan. Thank you for your questions and your concerns. What has happened, I'll just give a brief overview of what happened to the DNR allocation. That amount was based on the FY 2021 base amount. So when we prepared the FY 2023 budget, we were asked to keep it flat from 2022 to 2023. And we were having difficulties doing that because the numbers wouldn't add up. In addition to that, that directive from OPVP, we were allocated additional monies for 5 earmarked programs. So we did have an additional allocation of $2.65 million earmarked to 5 programs. It should be simple. You take your FY 2022, if it stays flat, it's going to be the same for FY 2023 plus the $2.5 million, and you're done. But the numbers were not coming out, and we couldn't figure out the reason. We did have a discussion with some staff from OPVP, and it was then that when they gave us their figures of what our base was, we figured out, okay, there's the error. But this we figured out after the meeting. They gave us the base of FY 2021 rather than 2022, and then they added the 2.65. So we were short. We have been unable to get any additional clarification from OPVP except use what you were given. So with that, we had to revise the budget. We tried to keep all of the departments whole that were given their initial allocations by Dr. Shabala, because we did not want to, we wanted to not be out of compliance with anybody. By doing that, we had to take money, make a decision of where to take the money from to cover that deficit. And we decided to take it from one of the programs that were allocated the funds that were earmarked for funds from OPVP. And the rationale for that was one of those programs that were earmarked for money also fell into the realm of where those projects could be funded by ARPA. And that's where we took the money from to cover the deficit. So all of the departments received their new allocation amount this morning, and they are in the process of redoing their budgets. It only affects really 3 departments. But 2 more departments, Department of Water Resources, they're making internal adjustments to their business units, that doesn't affect the overall amount, but it's going to affect their particular business unit. But the air only affects 3 business units, and that would be Land Department, Animal Control, and Resource Enforcement. Parks and Rec, I'm sorry. So I hope that answered your question.
Any other questions?
The chair, members of RDC.
Chairman Ness, request to speak, Arvin Mitchell.
One moment, Mr. Mitchell.
Chair, members of RDC, I have concerns that the budget that was provided to us is not correct. It's unfortunate that FY21 numbers were used instead of the FY22. And because of the delay, which is, from my understanding, is no part of Ms. Chair Maya, that the numbers were given to her incorrectly, that we at least taken at least an hour recess for Division of Natural Resources and OPVP to make sure that the numbers that are going to be provided to us for this budget hearing is correct, that those numbers are given to OMB in order to provide the budget and performance summary report that is needed for us to complete this budget hearing, so that way the information that is correct is on record. Per the rules of order on the rules of order, it does indicate that all the information that is going to be provided is truthful and that it is accurate. And what I'm afraid of is that the numbers and information that we're going to receive is not going to be totally correct. While any of the corrections can be made via amendment through legislation that Ms. Khan will be drafting, I just want to make sure that all the information is as accurate as possible with little amount of amendments that need to be made to the legislation. So if that hour can be provided to DNR and OPVP to make any of those corrections, that would be my recommendation, Chair. And I would recommend that you get an additional concurrence from Office of Legislative Counsel if that is something that we can do. Chair, members of RDC, that's my advisement to you all.
Okay, recess for an hour. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Ado, Ms. Chair Maya, as the delegated Executive Director for Division of Natural Resources, it's evident that you have been provided the wrong numbers, and I believe when you do take the oath of office with which staff will be taking the oath of office, you will be sworn to take this testimony under oath, telling us that all these numbers are correct. We cannot give you the oath knowing that the numbers are incorrect at this time until they are corrected, and then we can move on the budget hearing. So what we will do is recess for an hour, but before we do, we would like for your office to work with the Office of the President to provide the accurate numbers to OMB so they can present the budget overview, the budget and performance summary, which they have been doing for all the programs. Are we good, Ms. Chair Maya?
Yes, Chairman Ness.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Arvin Mitchell, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Ness, the members of Resource Development Committee, then all the folks that are on the line. I don't know if OMB is on the line. If not, we did.
Hold on one moment. OMB?
Good afternoon. This is Darlene Sam from OMB.
Thank you, Ms. Sham, for being on the call.
Mr. Bial is also here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bial, for being on the call. Mr. Arvin Mitchell, you have the floor.
Thank you again. Although to this issue here, we did have a meeting yesterday. Mr. Bial and Ms. Sam were on the line. Then also DNR was part of that meeting. So back to the allocation, back to what was presented a while ago, the acting director. Let me go ahead and focus on that, and then O and B can correct me or on that number again. For the information was stated that wrong allocation was given to them. FY21, FY22, the allocation was 19,958,631. Remember, this is just a general funds allocation. So the instruction when we were doing allocation was give the division what their general funds allocation was. But no, so that's the way Mr. Bial did the allocation. So it wasn't the FY21 allocation that was given to DNR. It was the FY22. So on top of that, so that was their base allocation. So on top of that, 2,650,000 additional money was given to DNR to 5 departments. When they do their presentation, they can state that some of these monies were given to them as additional allocation based on their FY22 allocation. Okay? So I'd like to give the floor to O and B to either correct my statement or correct DNR's statement on the wrong allocation. And what happened is that, you know, they got more than last year's allocation. So when you add up everything, it's 22,608,631. That's more than the FY22 allocation. That's more than the FY21 allocation. So where they went short is that the division director went ahead and allocate 3 programs that didn't receive general funds last year. That's why other departments like Fish and Wildlife and Resource Enforcement, it shows a negative in their budget. Those numbers went to the 3 departments that didn't receive general funds last year. Although when you look at the numbers too, other departments had increases from last year to this year. So I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Bial or Ms. Sam to correct the planning allocation.
Okay, Mr. Mitchell, as well as Ms. Chermaya and Mr. Bial, what we would like to do is to make sure after recess, when we come back at 1 o'clock, to have the correct numbers, because at that point, when we move forward and have OMB provide the budget and performance summary reports, the report has to be accurate, as well as the budget has to reflect the accuracy of what's being requested for 2023. And we cannot move forward unless we have everybody on the same page. And I appreciate your honesty, Mr. Mitchell, about the concern that we have before us. We are the oversight, and we want to move forward with these funding so the operation can continue at DNR. So I will give some time to Mr. Dominic Bial. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Chairman Nez, and members of the RDC. Just to support the remarks, comments given by Mr. Mitchell from President's Office yesterday we were aware, as he said, we became aware that there was some discrepancies in their internal numbers. By internal, I mean all of the business units within DNR. And the current staff there had some questions as to how the budget numbers were set and what the budgets therefore ought to be. And so that was the scope of the discussion. Now, the overall planning allocation remains the same. So all we're talking about is internal within the division. Some of the business units would be adjusted, revised. And to my knowledge, that's been done. So at 1 o'clock, Mr. Chair, as you're saying, then all of that information should be provided, and your budget hearing can go on with the right figures, numbers, and amounts. Mr. Chair, that's my additional comment on the subject. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bial, as well as Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Jeremiah for working together and identifying how this will be corrected. And we will go on recess at this time. Before we do, Ms. Khan, do you have any other concerns?
Mr. Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committees and those participating in this hearing, I have no additional concerns. It seems like we are on the pathway of getting corrected documents. And thank you for working together on that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Well, we'll come back at 1 o'clock. We're going to go on recess at this time. So enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez.
Members of RDC, it is now 1 o'clock. I unmuted our line. Started the recording via Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. We will go ahead and reconvene in our budget hearings. Roshim, it's currently 1 o'clock. We will start. Believe, let's have a brief roll call, Mr. Tahi.
Chair members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee Oversight Budget Hearing for Thursday, July 28, 2022 at 1 p.m. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Mark A. Freeland. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present. Chair, you have 2 members available, but you'll need a quorum for this oversight budget hearing. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. I believe our colleagues will join us here briefly. We are on G of the agenda for our budget hearing, Resource and Development Committee. Next will be the Navajo Division of Natural Resources. We have with us the Delegated Executive Director for DNR, Ms. Rowena Cheremiah. Are you present?
Yes, I am, Chairman Nez.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cheremiah, which staff is going to assist you with the budget presentations?
I am asking Ms. Brenda Holgate. She is the DNR Administration Senior Programs and Project Specialist to assist, as well as the department directors.
Okay, could you name the directors?
Yes. Let me get my list. Okay, so for the AML Department, that will be Karen Bedoni. For Department of Agriculture, that would be Leo Watchman. For Department of Fish and Wildlife, Gloria Tom. For Forestry Department, Alex Becenti. For General Land Development Department, that would be Etty, I'm sorry, Etty, I can't pronounce your last name.
Anderson at Basta?
Yes. For Heritage and Historic Preservation Department, that will be Richard Begay. For Navajo Land Department, Mr. Mike Colonna is on leave this week, but he has delegated Byron.
Byron, what is his last name?
Hold on a minute. Bitsoy Senior.
Repeat that?
Byron Bitsoy Senior.
Okay.
Minerals Department, Rowena Cheremiah. Navajo Nation Museum, Manuelito Wheeler. Navajo Parks and Recreation Department, Martin Begay. Department of Resource Enforcement, Hope Wilson. And Department of Water Resources, Jason John.
Is that all?
Yes.
Jeremiah, is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Do we have anybody from the president's office that's going to assist? I understand the chief of staff, Paulson Chaco, or is it Mr. Arvin Mitchell?
Chairman Nez, I'm here, Arvin Mitchell. Mr.
Are
Chaco.
you gonna? Go ahead. Mr. Mitchell?
I don't know if Mr. Chaco's online, but I'm here.
Rodney?
Chair, members of RDC, when I had a conversation with Ms. Teresita Fashion, she did indicate that Chief of Staff Paulson Chaco would be joining the call. We'll follow up with Ms. Teresita on this matter.
Okay, Mr. Arvin Mitchell, are you going to assist as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I have you on the list. Ms. Jeremiah, we're going to have from the Office of the President, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Chaco, Paulson Chaco, as well as Mr. Arvin Mitchell will be taking the oath on behalf of DNR.
Thank you.
Okay. On the agenda, we have before us Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, Ms. Jeremiah, Delegated Executive Director, and her staff. At this time, we will do the oath. We'll start with Ms. Jeremiah. Please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Rowena Jeremiah.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Holgate.
Good morning.
Please
Can you hear
stand.
me?
Please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Brenda Holgate.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Karen Bedoni, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Karen Bedoni.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Watchman, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record. The Watchman.
Excuse me, yes, Leo Watchman.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Tom, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record. Ms. Tom?
Tom.
Ms. Tom, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record. Ms. Tom? Okay, we'll come back to you. Mr. Vicente, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Alex Vicente.
Alex or Alexius?
Alexis Vicente.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Ms. Eti Abasta, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Etsy Anderson Abasta.
Please repeat.
Etsy Anderson Abasta.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Richard Begay, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record. Mr. Begay?
Members of RDC, I don't see Richard Begay from Heritage and Historic Preservation on the call.
Could staff contact Mr. Begay as well as Ms. Gloria Tom? Next will be Mr. Byron Bitsoy. Please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Byron Bitsoy.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Wheeler, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record. Mr. Wheeler?
Members of RDC, I don't see Mr. Manuel Wheeler on the call.
Okay. Please contact Mr. Wheeler.
Good afternoon, members of the RDC. This is Shondine Jeff. Can you hear me? Just want to make a comment on behalf of Mr. Manuelito Wheeler.
Please go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know that he had to step away to handle a personal emergency real quick, and he should be back on the call in about 20 minutes or so.
Okay. Is there anybody from the museum?
I can represent the museum on his behalf. My name is Shondine Jeff, and I'm the accountant for the Navajo Nation Museum.
Shondine, what is your last name?
My last name is Jeff.
Jeff? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Jeff.
Thank you.
Ms. Jeff, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Shondine Jeff.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Martin Begay, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Alvina Arviso. Mr. Martin Begay is out on emergency leave, and I will be taking his place during the RDC meeting this afternoon.
Okay. Ms. Arviso, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Alvina Arviso.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Hope Wilson, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Hope Wilson.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Jason John, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Chairman Jason John is not on the call, but Mike Colonna is on the call, and Richard Begay joined the call.
Okay. Staff, may you please contact Mr. Jason John? Thank you. Mr. Paulson Chaco, Chief of Staff. are you present?
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Paulson Chaco?
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Arvin Mitchell, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Arvin Mitchell.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Let me go back up to Mr. Richard Begay. Please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Richard Begay.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Mike Halona.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Yes. Please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
This is Mike Halona. I raised my right hand. I swear to tell the truth and the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Halona. Well stated. You may be seated, sir. I believe Mr. Jason John? Anybody from Water Resources? None? When there's a question asked for their department, then we could do the oath at that time for them.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
this is Gloria Tom with Fish and Wildlife.
Ms. Tom, please stand and raise your right hand. State your name for the record.
Gloria Tom.
Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you are about to give?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable members of RDC, at this time we'll have Office of Management and Budget to provide the budget and performance summary reports. Ms. Sam, are you there? Anybody from OMB?
Chair members of RDC, I'm reaching out to Darlene Sam from OMB to get onto the call.
Okay, I*6. Good afternoon, Chairman Nez and members of RDC Committee. This is Darlene Sam with OMB, Senior Budget Analyst. I believe Mr. Bial is also on the call.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sam, for getting on the call. Certainly appreciate you taking the time to assist RDC. You have 20 minutes. Do you have the corrected numbers?
Mr. Chairman Nez and members of the committee, the issue with Division of Natural Resources budget was explained prior to the committee recessing. For those that didn't hear, there were issues with it, and it was explained by the acting division director, Rowena Jeremiah. And what's supposed to occur is the numbers are supposed to be revised. We just got the information like about 11 o'clock. So we're reviewing that, and I don't have a report yet. I still have questions, and I don't have the authority to proceed with these numbers as presented by Division of Natural Resources. So I was suggesting that we still need more time to review it. I don't have a report. I apologize, Mr. Chair. I don't know, Mr. Bial is here also, if he can add to it.
Thank you, Ms. Sam. Certainly appreciate your honesty and the work that you do there. Mr. Bial?
Mr. Chair, committee members, and the representatives from DNR. As Ms. Sam said, and as we're all aware, yesterday some discrepancies and questions appeared regarding the various DNR budgets. And so, again, we reported that a meeting was held at President's office to get back on track as far as what the President's office approved and was expecting to show in the budgets, because they weren't matching up. That started the problem. So, as Ms. Sam mentioned, we didn't get the at least a spreadsheet showing some of the revised adjustments until just before the noon hour. Now, the budgets that changed, I believe there's at least 8 of them. We haven't received those yet. So we haven't been able to check them, review them, and ensure that they're true, accurate, and correct. So that's the stage that we're at, unfortunately. And I think Ms. Jeremiah mentioned that too, that the various programs are still doing their budgets to reflect the revised and adjusted figures. So the way it appears to me, committee, DNR, is that additional time is needed in order to complete all this and get it done right. Mr. Chair, that's my additional comments on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bial. Approximately how much time do you need from OMB?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
at this moment, it depends on 2 things. Number 1 is the individual budgets from DNR. I can't answer for them how long, how much more time they need. And even when they're submitted, remember this OMB's job is to review it, to ensure accuracy. So sometimes we have to send it back and have them correct it. So that's one factor. The next factor is the President's office. They haven't received these revised budgets either. And they need to concur with it. In fact, sign them. Mr. Chair, that's my answer at this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bial. We understand that your job has to be done at OMB to review a big packet, a big binder that is before us to make sure they are true and accurate. I believe, Ms. Jeremiah, I understand you were delegated the Division Director for DNR, and this has fallen in your lap. And as Oversight Committee, Resource and Development Committee, I believe that we would recommend that you all get together and make sure that the information that is needed for the budget hearing is true and accurate before it comes before us. And the recommendation would be to have the Division of Natural Resources come before Resources and Development Committee tomorrow morning. And Mr. Tahi, if you would, submit a change to our schedule for 8 o'clock, and we will have a Division of Natural Resources provide their budget presentation tomorrow morning. I believe this afternoon, Ms. Chermaya, Mr. Bial, and all the program managers, I believe that the rest of the afternoon should be committed to trying to make these corrections. And please do work together on this, and we would like to have it heard by tomorrow morning. Ms. Khan, would you like to add anything?
Mr. Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, it seems like a solution is being worked out, and the recognition that time is needed to make sure that the budgets are recorded correctly. And I believe that it sounds like a very good plan to work on it, to have this presented tomorrow, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Khan, is it okay to change our schedule to 8 o'clock rather than 9 o'clock?
Ordinarily, of course, meetings are posted 24 hours in advance. Your meeting agenda was posted back a few days ago. You are making an amendment to your agenda. I don't believe, so you already posted the agenda. And to move it up from 9 to 8, on the safe side, I would say it would be better just to keep it at 9 so the public is aware, because that meeting notice has already been put up, albeit that this is not a regular RDC meeting. It is a hearing involving the Navajo Nation's finances. And I would advise that to be on the safe side and notice to the public that you continue with the meeting starting at 9 o'clock. Mr. Chair, that is the advice I have to give. It is up to the committee what steps they wish to take now. Thank you for listening to my voice.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan. We will go ahead and retain the RDC budget hearing tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. We will begin with Division of Natural Resources budget presentation at that time, and we'll just make adjustments for the rest of the afternoon, however long it takes, to have revisits for the other divisions and departments. So we will come back tomorrow. Ms. Chermaya, please have the accurate numbers. Mr. Chaco, as well as Mr. Mitchell, we would appreciate your assistance with DNR to make sure that accurate numbers are given to OMB so they could review these documents to present to Oversight tomorrow morning. Ms. Chermaya?
Yes, Chairman, as I understand. We do have the budgets prepared and signed, ready to be submitted to OMB. But before we submit them to OMB, I would like to meet with Mr. Mitchell and get it clear with OPVP first.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chermaya, and please do so. Mr. Chaco, Chief of Staff.
Thank you.
Are you good with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're good with that, and my apologies to the committee, Shinantai. We'll get the documents ready for you. Thank you.
Okay, just make sure you get us breakfast in the morning.
Will do.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Arvin Mitchell?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Make sure all these are accurate and provided to OMB so they could be ready by tomorrow morning. Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? As it stands right now, honorable colleagues, I believe the accurate numbers need to be presented tomorrow morning. So we will wait and come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We would like to have it at 8 o'clock, but the schedule was already posted and we need 24 hours in advance. Therefore, we will come back at 9 o'clock and begin with Division of Natural Resources to present their budget. For taking the time, everybody, all you program directors, program supervisors, thank you for the jobs that you all do, and we will hear from you tomorrow. And Ms. Khan, do we need to do another oath tomorrow morning, or can we just save what we had today?
Mr. Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, it is my opinion that the oaths that were given today, they were very specific as to the oaths regarding the finances and the budgets that will be presented. That same oath would carry over to the same topic tomorrow that they will be speaking on. Mr. Chair, I do not believe an additional oath is needed for tomorrow. We have said it today and it carries over because it's the same subject matter. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and close the meeting. Mr. Tahi, any announcements for us?
Chair, members of RDC, my announcement is tomorrow we will have the Division of Natural Resources budget on review. Then we'll conclude with the revisit of those departments and divisions that will need to have any amendments changed. Includes the unmet needs, the exhibits, conditions of appropriation and legislative concern, and we should be done with this budget hearing. All legislations will be addressed on Wednesday, August 3rd, 2022 during RDC's regular meeting at 10 a.m. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Ms. Jeremiah, I believe you heard that. Just make sure all the unmet needs, legislative concerns, and all that we're asking is the accurate numbers available by tomorrow morning.
I understand, Chairman Nez. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements, colleagues?
Mr. Chair, Mariana
Ms. Khan, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring to your attention that in last year's 2022 budget, that the Resources and Development Committee recommended for the Division of Natural Resources. If I recall correctly, there were requests for carryovers. I do not know if that is also the request is anticipated at this time for the Division of Natural Resources. If that is the case, that is another document with the amounts and the budget unit numbers that would need to be provided to Mr. Tahi to distribute to the committee and to myself. Mr. Chair, of course, I have not heard the report yet, so I do not know if the request is going to be made with regard to carryovers. I am just letting the division know if that is the case, then numbers, amounts, and budget unit numbers would need to be compiled and ready to distribute. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Jeremiah?
Yes, Chairman Nez. That we do have, departments do have a request for carryover.
Okay, just be sure to have it all available tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will recess at this time. It's 1:34 p.m. We'll come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock a.m. Thank you. You all be safe out there. Enjoy the rain. And may God bless each and every one of you.